Hey, what is up, guys? And welcome back to another Magic the Gathering online challenge. Looks like we will be on the draw against Solace. Solace? I think that's how you say it. And looking up their deck list, can't actually find anything. At least not for this month. I should probably check further back. That would probably be smart. Apply. Search. Still nothing. So, going in blind. Not exactly worried about that. Hand is interesting. Honestly, I'm kind of here for it. It could be better on the play, but this pretty much guarantees that we can play Thought-Knot Seer on 3, so it'd be Chalice on 2, Thought-Knot Seer on 3, Talisman's kind of sitting back. Yeah, I'm here for it, so let's keep this. I'll pass the turn. Doesn't look like energy as we don't see Jingantha. Let's wait and see. Realizing that my computer audio was on early, thankfully. And opponent's turn 1. Looks like they did mulligan down to 6. Good news for us, especially as we have some Thought-Knots in hand. Looks like it might be either Brood Scale or Through the Breach. Does make it a bit more complicated. Eldrazi Temple. So nothing really to say one way or another just yet. The One Ring. We'll play our Temple and pass. Not sure if MTGO is being slow or what. No, it looks like just our opponent is taking their time thinking through each step. They do have an upkeep trigger, which is interesting. At least I have an upkeep on trigger on their own upkeep. Opponent's still thinking. I mean, not much changes for our game plan here. If it is Brute Scale combo, it'll be a bit better for us. If it is Through the Breach, we just need to hope that they don't get to 5 mana before we're able to play Thought-Knot Seer. That's a Talisman of Impulse. Starting to feel more and more like it is Through the Breach. I'll still go Chalice on 1 as planned. We have 3 Thought-Knots, so plenty of ways to disrupt their game plan. They are at 3 mana, so a Lab would be problematic. This is Through the Breach based on Gemstone Caverns. So let's go Chalice of the Void, name Eldrazi. Let's go ahead. No, I want to make sure it's uncounterable, even though I don't think they have any counters in their deck. But Thought-Knot Seer. Let's take a peek. I would like a land, ideally. An Eldrazi Temple would be actually fantastic. It would allow me to play Talisman of Impulse as well. Yeah, there's a Through the Breach I'm concerned about. The question is Through the Breach or Aeon's Torn. I'm thinking Through the Breach as they only have 4 copies of that, so it'd be 3 copies versus Emrakul, which there are a total of 6 copies of either. Usually it's like 3 Emrakul, 3 Ulamog the Defiler, so Through the Breach it is. I imagine they're probably going to X equals 3 Kozilek's command, searching for another Through the Breach. That would be my guesstimation. If they do, we lose. Yep, there's Kozilek's command. X equals 2. Oh, did they mess up? So, yeah, they didn't tap Eldrazi Temple for 2. because they definitely have 3 mana, so they messed up there. I mean, I'm not going to complain in the grand scheme of things. I would need to hope that they don't find a Through the Breach on the top 2. If they do, we lose. If not, then we can at least get rid of Emrakul with another Thought-Knot Seer and just start beating down. I think as long as we don't lose here, we're in a good spot. Let's take a hot minute thinking. Okay, 2 top. Well, that is scary. And if they have the Through the Breach, can't do much about it. There's Boseiju. I wonder... Oh, I think I messed up. I should have chosen Kozilek's Command. I missed out on the fact that... I mean, should I have? It would have risked them drawing into a land. Would have also not been good. So, yeah. Taking out Eldrazi Temple is the right choice here. Yeah, so maybe that was the right choice regardless. Like, if we would have taken Kozilek's Command, we would have risked them drawing into a land and then Through the Breach. I did forget that Boseiju, who shelters all, does come into play untapped, or does come into play tapped rather. But the Sowing Microspawn is problematic. You do have another temple now. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh boy. Well, let's play the Talisman. There's no real point holding back because if they get a Titan on the board, we lose regardless. So let's just press our advantage. We'll attack in, that's fine. I need a land, please. Yeah, this is not going as well as we'd hoped. That Sowing Microspawn really threw a wrench into things. Alright, down to 10. Oh, that's another Kozilek's Command. This time X equals 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. I mean, there's a high likelihood that they find what they need. Yeah, unfortunate. Okay, instead going to go X equals 6. Not going to tap the Boseiju for the 2 life, maybe? I mean, I think it's worth it at this point in time. Especially worth it to sacrifice that Eldrazi spawn token on top of which. Oh, interesting. Oh, they're just going to cast it. 5, so 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They're 1 short. Ironic, if they would have used the Boseiju, they would have gotten it. So now they need a land, right? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, they're 1 short. If they would have tapped the Boseiju, they would have been able to play Emrakul, and that would have been GG's. So now we have a chance. We need a land, as long as they didn't draw into 1. 2. Okay, well, there's their theoretical land, so once again we have a turn. 4, 5, 6. What are you playing here? 7, 8. I guess it's another Kozilek's Command, maybe? What is happening? I guess maybe trying to find another Eldrazi Titan? Why not go deeper with the spawns, though? Oh, just playing the Defiler. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a thing. Do I have an out here? Land, you are here just a little bit short. Annihilator 10. I can't stop it, which means we lose everything. Even if I play the One Ring, we would need to sacrifice it all. I could replace it by a land, but then what? Yeah, that's very much unfortunate. All right, game 2. So that was Gruul through the breach. Game 1 loss. And let's try again. We will bring in Stonebrain, Might, and Leveler. And take out Chalice, Dust, and send it. Alright, game 2 on the play. Hand needs to be mulliganed. This hand is palatable. I'll drop the green source and do that. Like I said, it's palatable. It's not great, especially if a gemstone cavern there. This could be too slow. In an ideal world, if we can play Thought-Knot on 3 and a kicked Mycospawn on 4, that would be nice. We'll see. They're thinking about exiling. There's Emrakul Aeon's Torn. Oh, there's Lab. Tuck the Dust and pass. Pass. Okay, Temples, that's 2. 3 for Eldrazi. That's 3. Ramping pretty quickly here, friend. So that's 4. I guess if they have... Yeah, I guess I need to be able to respond in case. Oh, is this a Thought-Knot? Wild. I don't feel like that's normal for this deck to run Thought-Knot in Game 2, Game 3 in this matchup, but maybe I'm mistaken. They'd likely want to take my Thought-Knot. Yep. Seiju. Oh, that is 2/4. Okay, well, let's go Eldrazi. The One Ring doesn't really do much here. What does, on the other hand, is a kicked Mycospawn. So let's grab Eldrazi Temple, pass the turn, and hope they don't have Through the Breach. They do not. So that's going to be an Ancient Stirrings. Opponent finds what? An Eldrazi Temple. So that is 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, don't tell me it's a Sowing Mycospawn, son of a... Yep, they're gonna do what I was gonna do. And if they're smart, they'll hit Cavernous Souls. Otherwise, they'll hit Eldrazi Temple. Unfortunate. This now means if they have Breach and Eldrazi Titan, we're in a tough spot. Interesting. I guess Lab kind of makes more sense, as that can be spent on anything. Now I have only 3 mana. Yeah, that's fair. It means I can't play my ring. Let's go ahead and remedy that. And... let's go with... guess we can go another Ugin's Lab. That would give us 5 mana. This Devour is not doing much here. No attacks. Now we pretty much just need to pray. Yeah, really odd for them being playing Thought-Knot. Tagging a Thought-Knot is not the move, though. he will give me more cards, which is exactly what I want. Like, I need to dig deep. So they're going to X equals 4 at a minimum Kozilek's command. Interesting. I guess, like, that works out in their favor. They should probably go deeper and just try and dig as deep as possible, yeah? But it means they can't generate spawns, so they're only digging for scry and draw, which I mean is good enough more than likely. It was a bit of a strange choice. They just would have been safer attacking with the Soin Mycospawn this turn, and I would have then either made a choice to either single block or just let it through, which I think would have been reasonable. Oh, interesting. So going full in on the spawns. That's a bit concerning, because that then tells me they might just have the Titan in hand. And that is 7, 8, 8, 14. Yeah, they can play pretty much anything in their deck at this point in time. I'll play the One Ring. So if it's the Defiler, at least then we're not exiling half our deck. Do I want to cast this now? 7, 8, 9, plus 6, 15, 16, right? So it doesn't matter. Ugh. In that case, we want to just hold it, I suppose. Alright, well, let's see what you got. You're just hoping for a Defiler and not for Aeon's Torn. Yeah, I feel like most of the time in this matchup they don't bring in Thought-Knots, they instead bring in World Breakers. That's why I was surprised to see it. Huh. I feel like if they had the Torn, they would have just slammed it. No hesitation. I mean, they get the extra turn. They don't deal damage, but then they Annihilator, what, 6 me? So I'm dead regardless. Oh. I guess my opponent has been taking their time today anyways. So it's possible that they still have it. Otherwise, maybe it's another Kozilek's command. Okay, X equals 6. Actually digging this time. They have 2 cards in hand. And they still have, what is that, 14 mana? I guess they could be looking for another Sowing Mycospawn to kick, hence why they held the Boseiju untapped. Would make sense as a secondary game plan in case they don't find the pieces that kill me. Again, an Ulamog the Defiler would be palatable. Not great, but it would be what it is. 5 on top and 1 on bottom. Well, that's frightening. But passing the turn, now that's wild. Well, let's draw out the One Ring. Okay. This is interesting. So let's go ahead and play the tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think we can kick, nor would it really matter. So let's just go ahead and play the spawn and grab a power plant. Sorry, if you have another Besage, I'm gonna cry. That would be the nail in the coffin, I fear. But they don't. I grab the power plant. Oh, maybe I should have kicked it after all. The reason being is I would get rid of the cavern, and if we find Karn, it would lock them out of red. Ugh. Oh, too late for that thought. Let's x equals 11. Or x equals 9, rather. We do find Karn after all. Yeah, so not kicking Mega Spawn actually might cost me the game. Shoot. Shoot. How do we want to proceed here? Devoured Destiny isn't doing anything. So, top and top. We can play Karn the Great Creator. So, there's a theoretical way out of this. I could grab liquid metal coating, and that would remove... No, it has... it's instant speed, isn't it? Through the breach. Wild. So they'd have enough mana, guaranteed. Oh my god, yeah, I can't believe not kicking it cost me. That's so upsetting. Yeah, if they have a through the breach, they just win. I don't have access to... Excuse me. I don't have access... Okay, actually we have a solution. Thank God for that noise. In the ways of Ensnaring Bridge. Okay, I think this is fine. So yes, we minus. I was trying to find like what's my way out, and I think Ensnaring Bridge is my way out. So let's grab Ensnaring Bridge. Okay. And we pass the turn. Yeah, I was trying to think like, okay, we can reduce the amount of mana they have, but they'll still have through the breach, so it doesn't matter. An Ulamog the Filer here is still a bit upsetting, as it'll exile half our deck, but we're still in a winning position, all things considered. Not to mention our opponent's timer is dwindling, so moving this to a game 3 would be a huge boon for me. They would need another Besage here. Oh, you gotta be joking. They might end up looking for it with a Kozilek's command. What in the... 7 mana? Instant speed. What am I looking at? I'm so confused by what my opponent does. Unless maybe Besage's in there, like they know that in the top 5 Besage's there. But then why tap Besage? you would then be able to draw it and then cast it, or at least activate it, cycle it, channel it, regardless. They would be able to use it, get rid of bridge, but they didn't. You know the whole saying of like, sometimes the most powerful thing is being unpredictable? I feel like that's very much my opponent right now. Because I'm just like, I don't fully understand what's happening here. Stirrings. Okay. 2 top, 3 bottom. So this is looking another 5 deep. I imagine looking for a Boseiju. They'd have to use Gemstone Caverns, which means they can't Through the Breach us, which would be good. So we'd at least have another turn. There's a Devourer, which really doesn't do anything of consequence. Okay. There's the Devourer. No, maybe not. That's 8 mana. Okay, so maybe this Ulamog the Defiler. This also could be... Yes, Ulamog the... No. Yes, Ulamog the Defiler. I'm actually kind of okay with this, because this is going to exile half my deck, including some cards like the Stonebrain. And I can then grab that, and then rip out any Boseijus they have. So I think that's actually okay here. What else do they have? Another Ulamog? I guess it would put me down to 10 cards. Thought Not Seer. Takes the 1 ring, that's fine. I have no real qualms with that. Okay. Because right now what we really are worried about is... Oh, well... That makes my life easier. So let's go ahead and play the Stonebrain. Activate the Stonebrain. Target you. Name Boseiju who endures. Oh. They straight up don't have it. They only have the 1. They also don't have Worldbreaker, which means though this will be a dirtly game, this game is in fact mine. Because I guess the only thing they would be able to do is a Kozilek's command, but as we saw yesterday, that's inconsequential. So let's go ahead and minus Karn the Great Creator. Let's grab a Walking Ballista. So the only thing they can really do about Ballista here is, of course, a Kozilek's command, which is fine. Okay. This is okay by me. Eventually I'll take up Karn enough to grab another Stonebrain. And then get rid of Kozilek's command. At some point I do need to get rid of the 1 ring. Okay, opponent saw the writing on the wall. Interesting. So yeah, no World Breakers and no second Boseiju, only 1 Boseiju. That's really important information for us because yeah, bridge gets us there. I will still note that we almost punted the game by not kicking the Mycospawn. I hadn't thought of it until afterwards, and that could have been ugly. But thankfully it worked out. This is a good hand. We're able to race out a Thought Not Seer. We will keep. I will pass. Temple. Lab. Tuck Dust. Impulse. pass. There's a Grove. Ancient Stirrings shows us opponent is thinking. The One Ring. That's fine. Not the end of the world. Passes it back. An Eldrazi Temple changes it all. Perfect. So let's go ahead and play the Thought Knot. Next turn we can kick the Mycospawn. So they have Through the Breach, Emrakul Aeon's Torn, and a Kozilek's Command. Well, let's get rid of... Actually, it's kind of interesting. Next turn they'll have, what, 3 mana? We'll be able to exile the Grove. But I think the Through the Breach is still the right play. Yeah, so let's get rid of Through the Breach. Pass the turn. I would like to draw into some action here, especially as we'll have Tron next turn. Or not next turn, the turn after. Cavernous Souls. Naming Eldrazi. Opponent's down under 5 minutes. 4. Did you draw into a Thought Knot? That would be unfortunate. Son of a... That was the best case scenario for them right there. Oh my word, okay. Well, yeah. 2, 4, 6. I'm not going to give them a draw. So we just held back. If they play the One Ring, though, I will block. So let's see if they actually know that little interaction. I'm hoping they play the One Ring prior to combat and gain protection. Because if so, then that puts me into a very beneficial position. There's the Lab. Will they tuck the Aeon's Torn? Yes, they do. Okay, so they're going to hold up for the Kozilek's Command. Well, that makes things interesting. Well, let's go ahead and kick you. We'll get rid of Grove of the Burn Willows. And we'll grab Urza's Mine. At that point, I'll pass the turn. Opponent's thinking here. I mean, they have to play the Kozilek's Command. That much is certain. X equals 6. Or X equals 4, rather. They now need to look for both a red source and a Through the Breach. Next turn we'll World Breaker. So even if they just find the red source but not through the breach, we'll do that. Okay, no attacks. I think at this point we just aim to win on time. They put one top, three bottoms. They couldn't have found both. On the Ugin's lab. No tuck. No red source. Good. They'll play the One Ring. No. A Sowing Myco Spawn? No. I guess this could be an Ulamog the Defiler. And since Emrakul is exiled, it'd be Annihilator 15. Ugh. That would be heartbreaking. Okay, Kozilek's command is fine. I think at this point, we solidify that they lose to time. I guess a Through the Breach Ulamog the Defiler could be problematic. Still, no shot. Okay, they tapped it for colorless? Yeah? Okay, One Ring's fine. Dude, every time they play something, it scares me. Let's go with... Actually, yeah, no, that's fine. Let's go with World Breaker. And we'll get rid of Talisman of Impulse. We have Kozilek's command as backup in case of a Emrakul the Aeon's Torn attack. One Ring activates. Cavern of Soul, or rather Gemstone Caverns is fine. So no Through the Breach. Oh boy, this was a close one. I was a hair away from dying in both, or losing the match in game 2 and losing the match here in game 3. Alright, but we will take our victories. With that being said, I'll be back with round number 2 here in just a few short moments. Alright, and we're back for round 2 against Dalminho. I definitely didn't spell that right. Dalminho. Doesn't look like... I must be doing something wrong. Because I swear... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think I had something ticked off. But looks like they are also on Through the Breach. So that's good to know. Alrighty. Well, let's take a look at these hands. This hand is hot garbage. Cannot keep. This hand is interesting. If we... Okay, so there's a world where we can keep this. Yeah. Temple, Mine, Talisman. Turn 3 command? Let's keep it. Pitch the Talisman of Resilience. Reveal our Devourer. They go down to 5. Let's reveal the Devourer. Trigger on the stack. Looks like they're going to reveal Devourer as well. Alrighty, let's see. Power Plant's interesting. Alright, let's go Power Plant. This might actually change what we do then. We want to play Soy and Mycospawn on 3. That would allow us Tron and then go Command. With Command, we can dig, try and find some answers. Yeah, I think that's what we do here. Let's see what they exile. I just really need them not to be able to rush out. Oh, this is not. This is Eldrazi Tron. Fascinating. Okay. Well, that does change some things. Means I can go a bit slower. And instead go with Soin Mycospawn. Or it's not a Soin Mycospawn, a command. 2, 4, well we have 2 now. Yeah, so let's play the Power Plant. We can't kick it, unfortunately. Sowing Mycospawn, and we'll grab the tower. Next turn we'll be able to Sowing Mycospawn kicked and get rid of a Tron piece. Even if they play Karn here, I would feel in a pretty good position. There's a Thought Knot. ETB. And I am going to dig. Actually, do I care? I guess a good question. What do we think they're going to grab? If they grab Kozilek's command, that's kind of fine. I can get rid of Urza's Mine. Actually, what's in their exile again? I guess I'll take care of a Power Plant. And by doing so, then they're pretty far behind. Yeah, this is fine. I'll let this resolve. I imagine they have to take the Soin Mycospawn. And if they don't, then I'm kind of okay with it. Interesting. That's a gamble and a half, friend. See if it pays off. MTGO. Chalice. Well, let's go ahead and kick the Mycospawn as planned. We'll hit the Power Plant. And we'll grab another tower. At this point in time, what am I concerned about in this matchup? Obviously a Karn, but they would need Tron again. So let's play the Devour and pass. And just apply pressure to the board. Of course they have it. Maybe I should have gone Chalice on 4. Yep, maybe I should have. Let's see what you grab. Karn's gonna go down, regardless. I have enough threats on board. I guess you could... No, even with a bridge, it wouldn't matter. So my Mycospawns would still be able to tack in. Local metal coating really doesn't do much here. I guess you could go for a 1 ring. In which case, then a Chalice on 4 might be the right move. Yeah, bridge doesn't do what you want it to do. Unless you have something 0 mana. which you don't. Well, in that case, go to combat, attack Karn. Karn will go down. Chalice is so interesting here. Like, going Chalice on 4 is a genuinely okay idea. Because that turns off Karn, turns off the One Ring, Thought-Knot Seer, kind of turns off Soin Mycospawn, leaving them with just, if they have World Breakers, Ulamog's, or Sires of 7 deaths. Of course, it leaves me in the same position, but I already have advantage on board with Devour of Destiny. Not that I'd be able to use it right away, so that makes me kind of hesitant, so we'll pass. It's so interesting, a tower. Well, if they have an Ulamog, I die. Okay, Devour of Destiny, that's fine. Thought-Knot Seer makes this a bit more palatable. I guess Devour. And pass. At this point, we're both just top-decking. Pass. Play Devour. Pass. A Kozilek's command, X equals 8. Well, that is a problem now, ain't it? Oh boy. Yeah. Can't exactly chalice around that now, can I? But I guess I know they have maps, so maybe chalice on 1's still worth it. But we also might want to Haywire Might that Ensnaring Bridge at some point. And it's probably one of the best draws they could have found next to the One Ring and Karn. Yeah, I do think that their best move may have been to grab the One Ring when they cast Karn on that turn, rather than Bridge. 4 top, 4 bottom. Well, that's frightening. Yep. More lands. Karn. Well, now you have enough for... I mean, you have enough for anything you need. Okay. And I guess you could look Metal Coating. And now no longer have mana for World Breaker. What did they grab? A Walking Ballista. Interesting. I guess we're right now under Bridge, so Walking Ballista makes sense. Yep. Big ol' Walking Ballista. X equals 8. Lab's not doing much here, friend. I guess we'll just Chalice. Maybe Chalice on 2 is not a bad idea. It stops both the one, or not the One Ring, Stone Brain, as well as Liquid Metal Coating. They would need to get rid of it through, I guess, Cityscape Leveler, if they really want to. But also delays their game plan of walking Ballista. I guess alternatively they could just go EE. My dude, I just played the Chalice. Oh, yep, there's a reason why I did that. It wasn't for show, I promise. It was strategic. Yeah, well, there's a fourth Urza's Tower. We're flooding out now. I mean, one Kozilek's Command, Karn would... Both of those would be ideal. I guess alternatively, we could also look for... whatchamacallit? Ulamog? Yeah, Ulamog... I think right now we're looking for Ulamog to Seize His Hunger, Karn, or Kozilek's Command. Another Kozilek's Command? Yeah, X equals 8. I mean, they're taking their time here when they really could just be buffing this Ballista and going for lethal. So I'm kind of here for it because they're spending more time than me. So if we want to look at it from a resource perspective, I'm at advantage here just letting this burn. Four top, four bottom again. Now, we'll note that we haven't seen a green source from them, have we? Never mind. That's a forest. Chalice is down. Yep. No, it's smart of them just sticking up. So I guess now they can Sowing Mycospawn kick. Or, yeah, so Sowing Mycospawn kick. I guess get rid of a mine. Yeah, I guess Power Plant would be the best option here, which they do choose. Still have access to what? 4/6 mana? Ballista, they're finally growing it. What are they doing? Okay, just still growing Ballista. Tap your tower, you can do it. There we go. There's 4 to 11. They can push up to 12. I think they might just be one turn away, so I need a command here. Sure, I guess. That's definitely not a Chalice on 1. I got a Chalice on 2. Pass the turn. Push it to 12. Yeah, I think they have it this turn, right? Either that or at the very least next turn. That much is certain. You're just drawn into absolute bricks here. I mean, we said it was a top deck game and they drew the right top deck. I do wonder if maybe Chalice on 4 was the right move. Like, then we're just sitting waiting for... maybe it was the right move. Like World Breakers, Ulamogs. I mean, they've had 2 Kozilek's commands. So they would have found a different option. Oh, well, now they put a... Yeah, now... Yeah. Now that you have your Karn, you can put it on 4. Yeah, that makes sense. Kozilek's command still saves us if they don't realize that they should let me exile it. Right now at 13, they can put it to 14, so I'm going to be, yeah, 1 turn away from losing. Alright, come on, Kozilek's command. That's not a Kozilek's command. That is another land. Yeah. I think we found nothing but lands and chalices. That's so upsetting. Well, it is what it is. So this is Mono Green Eldrazi Tron. And we'll lose game 1. Opponent has something to say. Not really sure what they're ha-haing about. But that will be that. Alrighty. Well, they're definitely at a disadvantage time-wise, all things considered. But not enough of one that I'm kind of sitting here feeling confident that if we win game 2, we'll get them to time in game 3. So we're gonna have to probably just win on our merits alone and not on time. And last minute, I gain 3 life. Somehow. Of a colorless, instant speed life gain. Alright, well, let's go. Stonebrain. Hey, where am I? Leveler. Move to main. Dump Chalice. All is dust. And let's ship it. Alright. I mean, all things considered, I think I would have done everything the same. It's just unfortunate that variance wasn't in our favor. Imagine that our opponent's sideboard plan is very similar to ours. Alright, on the play for game 2. This hand is a bit slower than I'd like, but it's not bad. We'll keep it. Reveals the Devourer. And they also begin with 7 in hand. Alright, Temple, pass. Hi, Butter. Yeah. Let's see what they exile. 2 cards and a tower. A little bit fearful of a Karn on 2. Stonebrain I'm actually okay with. Even if they take care of our Karn, I'm not exactly going to be too upset. Because we're going to have a pretty decent board presence here. Especially if they take their turn 2 cracking the brain. Yep. That is a-okay by me. Let's see what you would name. There's an argument that you would name Soin Mycospawn. But I think you're going to name Karn the Great Creator. Yep. That's fine. Still another 6 cards in hand. And they now know what we're playing with. I mean, right now we're thinking Soin Mycospawn not kicked into Eldrazi Temple. And then Soin Mycospawn kicked. Or we can just go right ahead and skip a step. And go Soin Mycospawn kicked. And put you to 0 lands. And this is why I do warn people all the time about just trying to force through Stonebrains is not always the best move. And this is a prime example as to why. Because now I have another Soin Mycospawn, so even if you do have a land, which I know you don't, because you need to draw into it. Yeah, that was a a choice they made. If you'd never want to Stonebrain behind on board. This hand is actually, is it keepable? Wow, this is interesting. They keep. If we were to find a Labyrinth, this would be amazing. If you find a temple, it would be okay, and anything else, this is a dud. So it's a bit sketchy, but if it plays out right, I think we have the game. Ugh. Let's go for it. We're gonna take some risks. They reveal Devourer. We will reveal our Devourer. Let's see what they exile. This is going to be interesting. The Stonebrain's kind of a dead card in hand right now. We're not really prioritizing that. We really want to go Soin Mycospawn and just kick them while they're down. Yeah, Butter. Kick them while they're down. He's decided that he wants to help. Okay, don't try and close my laptop, please. I kind of need that to play. A tower and a plant. Okay. A Haywire Mite. Well, that's a little bit frustrating. They have a green source. Wild. That's so unfortunate. Well, let's go Power Plant. Play Power Plant and pass. I could bait them with a Stonebrain. Might not be a bad idea. That way we can keep our Talisman. We'll take one. A temple, you say? Well, that does change things. The problem is, of course, if they have a Karn and a Mine, we're SOL regardless. Yikes. Let's go Temple. Let's go Unity. And see if they have the green source or the Karn. Okay, no Karn, but they could have a Thought-Knot Seer, and that's okay. Attack. They have nothing, I'd be shocked. I guess they could have a What in the fresh hell? I am baffled. Well, that's why we kept this hand. Let's do it. They didn't play Thought-Knot last turn, so I'm doubtful they're going to play it this turn. They exiled a Power Plant and Tower, so both are fair game. Let's get rid of the Power Plant. Let's grab a Mine. Next turn we'll chain multiple Soin Mycospawns. So I guess this is a Kozilek's command, x equals 2. Okay. I mean, if they would have had Karn, I guess they couldn't have played it last turn. They would have been one short. I'll have a blocker this turn, and it would shut off my Talisman. Maybe there was an argument to grabbing a green source then? Yeah, I think they could be argued. Power Plant. Thought-Knot. That's fine. Grabs a Soin Mycos. Actually, there's an argument they might grab Stonebrain. Okay, that's fine though. I'm okay with this. Because I still have a major advantage here. Because we're going to chain together these Soin Mycospawns and a One Ring. Alright, let's go kicking. Let's get rid of another power plant. We won't be able to play the One Ring this turn, unfortunately, but I'm not all too upset by this. I think we grab the Temple on this next one. Name Eldrazi. And we kick again. Oh, we will be able to play it after all. I'm dumb. I can do math sometimes. We'll grab the tower. And the One Ring. Activate the One Ring. For mine. Not ideal, but it is what it is. They could still play Karn here if they have a land. They got nothing. That is brutal. There's our Karn. And I think that should just be the game. Let's see here. We have blockers for days, so I'm not exactly too concerned about that. We could local metal coding the tower, of course. You get rid of the spawns. We could also just get rid of Karn, because I think that's really the only thing we're worried about. So, yep, Stonebrain. Let's go ahead and activate the Stonebrain, target you. Let's go ahead and name Karn the Great Creator. And exile. Let's go ahead and return Devour to hand. We'll play the Devourer, and yeah, there's nothing they can really do. At least nothing of significance at this point. They're so far behind. This is, in fact, the GG's. Like I said, when I saw that hand, I was like, if everything lines up, this hand is ridiculous. And we'll be able to quite literally kick them while they're down. But if this hand doesn't get what we need, which it almost didn't, mind you, then we would have been in a world of hurt. But sometimes with Magic, it's not about the skill, it's about getting lucky. And I would definitely argue we got lucky here. Moto's thinking hard. What is going on here? Devour, and we pass the turn. No attacks. Alright, well, let's go ahead and draw 4 cards. Oh, the One Ring, how I will miss you. At the same time, like, the alternative here would have been grabbing, what, like a Walking Ballista, a Wormcoil Engine, a another Seascape Leveler. So, like, we would have had options regardless. I mean, I think it's safe for our opponent to concede at this point. I don't foresee there really being a way out. At least not a meaningful one. Because we have another Sowing Mycospawn, not Sowing Mycospawn, another One Ring, so I can always cycle my One Ring. I guess they don't know that we have Walking Ballista. But at this point, we're just looking for ways around Thought Knot. Opponent. Yeah, I'm starting to think that they may have walked away. Probably pressed 6 and then didn't realize, obviously, going to combat, they still have the option to attack. Which I kind of understand why. Like, the entire point is, like, okay, you know, I'm done with the turn, ship it. And then you're like, oh, wait, that's right, I still need to determine whether or not I attack. Moto has a lot of those little nuances. But I'll mark this as a win, as I do not foresee a way that we lose it. I say that and somehow they find a way. But I guess I'll pause the recording here while our opponent figures out what they want to do, and I'll either see you guys in a bit here for the rest of the match, or to let you know that we have officially won it. Oh, never mind, our opponent is back. Good timing, friend, good timing. Maybe. Still went to main 2. So they didn't press 6. Interesting. I mean, they can't... I guess they could chalice on 1 if they really wanted to. Would stop me from playing a Haywire Mite? Well, I guess Haywire Mite's actually in the main, so I can't find that. But I do have a One Ring on the side, so moot point regardless. Opponents... Okay, I was about to say, like, still not doing anything. Butter. No playing a fire, sir. I can put you in my lap if you want. You want lap time? Come here. Come here, sir. Oh, lap time while I play Magic. Will that make you happy? That seems to be making him happy, unless prone to mischief. Our opponent, on the other hand, seems to continue to be prone to stalling out the remainder of this match. So yes, for real this time, I will pause the recording here and be back either with the remainder of the match or with the results of it. See you shortly. Alright, and we are back with 27 seconds left on my opponent's clock. I mean, the end result is the same. And looks like my opponent is once again... Oh, nope, they're here. They're here. We'll activate the One Ring. They still haven't pressed 6. Interesting. They're here manually resolving triggers. Okay. Well, the 5 seconds on the clock. There will be the end of this match. So that being said, I'll be back here shortly with round number 3. Alright, and we are back for round number 3, where we are on the play versus Venom. Hey, I recognize you. I believe you are, in fact, on Energy. Yeah, though you actually have a little bit of a... Nope, actually, Modern, it is all Energy. Never mind. I should probably specify the format as Modern when I do my searches. Would make my life a lot easier. And yeah, they have been playing Energy for a hot minute. Well, that does make my life easier. Ooh, not going bad. A bad double click. Now obviously going to reveal Jingantha. And so I have a pause here. This hand is interesting. This is a turn 1 Chalice. against energy on the play, which is good. But nothing really after that, so really relying on Devour of Destiny here, but I'm kind of okay with this. So let's reveal Devour. Devour on the stack. And yeah, we'll grab Karn. Devour. And Chalice on 1. Pass. That pretty much blanks their entire turn. We'll play Temple and pass. And pass. Next turn we'll play Karn. Looks like they do have something, an Amped Raptor hasted in. And a discharge that they will Why wouldn't they? Isn't that energy positive? That's odd. But okay. I won't question it. But oh, never mind, Chalice. I'm dumb. And well, that was a clean and easy game 1. As per usual, we'll bring Dismember in. And since I do have their deck list up from yesterday, let me actually take a look at their sideboard plan. Looks like the main thing is the Stony Silence, which I'm not all too upset about. So if that's the case, I feel like we do... Why does everything look wrong? Oh, here we go. It's like, scroll down. I think we do clear out the Thought Knots for the Sowing Myco spawns, and we ship it back. Alright, on the draw for game number 2, Jingantha revealed as expected. Yes, we'll keep this. It's very reminiscent of that hand against the Tron player earlier. We're a bit reliant on Devourer, but a lab here would be brilliant. No lab, no lands in general, which is frightening. We're actually going to exile all of these, which is good. Find the power plant. I guess a Stony Silence would really hurt us because of the Talisman. Guide of Souls. Ragavan, I might actually hold up the K command. Ooh. Man, you just have to tempt me with this, don't you? Boy. Let me think here for a moment. So, K command puts us to Eldrazi 4. This puts us to Eldrazi 5. So, yeah, yes, we'd still be fine, right? Because we'd be able to play the power plant, tap the mine, tap the power plant, play the resilience, sacrifice the spawn. So yes, we will hold up the command here. And we're going to get rid of that monkey. The Johnny Nicolo Pariah is fine. This Ragavan's a threat, but so is this Guide of Souls. Yikes. Let's see what the Guide of Souls targets. Ugh, I was hoping the Ragavan. Alright. We'll take the damage. Chalice of the Void. Well, we can play that. Ooh, I want to cast it. We'll grab Tower. Let that resolve, and then Chalice on 1. It's gonna be tight. There's a Johnny. Thankfully no red permanents, but they can make the cats big. But now we have no qualms in blocking the cats. Yeah. Is this lethal? 9. Oh, let's block you, because that's 9, 11, 12. No, we'll be at 1. So our next draw, I think, determines it. Holy hell. How much mana do I have? I have enough for a 1 ring. Jeez. So let's go ahead and play Karn. We'll go ahead and minus Karn. Now there is an... So there's 2 paths that we can take right now, right? I can... One ring, and that gives me a turn and 2 draws to find a solution. I can go Engineered Explosive, X equals 0, and then I need to hope that they don't have either a red permanent or just another creature for 2 mana in their hand. One would give me another turn of Karn, one obviously wouldn't. Yikes. One All's Dust is already in exile, on top of which. Boy, oh boy. We can't get rid of a Johnny. That was another thought of mine. At least not cleanly, not right now. Yikes. Either way is a bit of a gamble, right? But only one guarantees us another turn. One we have the hope of a turn. So I think we grab the 1 ring. And attacking a Johnny really doesn't do much here. So we'll sit back, pass the turn. Choose an artifact, creature, and or planeswalker. That's right, I forgot that a Johnny does have this. Chooses an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker from among non-land parents they control. Sacrifice the rest. And I want the 1 ring. I want Karn. And I want Soin Mycospawn. Done. I'm gonna click 5 now because they could have a... Alzal Pride is fine. So they would have... Yeah, I guess they would have been able to activate a Johnny regardless. The combat. Karn dies, as was anticipated. Okay. End step, triggers. So now I need an All's Dust, but yeah, I need an All's Dust off the top. Do you have a bolt? Oh, chance. Yeah. I don't have any way out from underneath that. No. Damn. That is unfortunate. unfortunate. Do I have any way out? I don't think so. I'm just curious what we draw. Nothing. Okay, so didn't really matter in the long run. Fair is fair. Alright, game 2. Or game 3, rather. Yeah, I think you could have argued the ways about that EE versus One Ring. Alright, on the play for game 3. Gigantha's revealed. And this hand is again interesting. A lab is really good here. A land in general does ramp me pretty hard. A Stony Silence bricks this hand to death. I'm going to take a risk. Reveal Devour. Trigger Devour. Take the Ugin's Lab. Play the Temple and pass. Hold up for this member. Ocelot Pride is fine. Ugin's Lab. Tuck the Devourer. Play Talisman of Curiosity. Play Talisman of Unity. Pass the turn. Like I said, a Stony Silence really hurts. Guide of Souls is fine. Maybe I should have held the Devourer instead of the Dust. A second Guide of Souls is not. The One Ring. Let's play the Talisman of Impulse. Play the One Ring. Activate the One Ring. Kozilek's Command is great here. Now that we're insulated turn, this all it does is looking that much better. Ragavan is fine. Just dump your hand. Not a Stony Silence though. Exercise is fine. 2 cards in hand. 2, 4, 7. Yep, so let's go ahead and clear the board. Pass the turn. Pass. Amped Raptor. Static Prison will take a Talisman. We have that Kozilek's Command. Pay a Power Plant. Two, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's pass. Down to 5 energy. Marsh Flats crack. No. I'll take 2 here. Yeah, I'll take 2 here. On a 13, this is fine. Flage. Down to 10. End step. Kozilek's Command. I will target me. And make many of an Eldrazi spawn. Scry 5. There's Karn. Allah's Dust is good. Acorn is good. World Breaker is good. Let's go. Let's see. How much mana do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. So let's go Dust, World Breaker, Karn, and Temple. Marsh Flats. Do you have an orange chant? Annoying, but not the end of the world. So, what we'll do then is on upkeep. Yes, on upkeep, we'll do what we need to do. Pass the upkeep. Let's go ahead and make all the mana we could ever need. Nope, wrong selection. We have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Yep, 7. I guess we could then go the full 9. Okay. And done. And we got there. Whew. Bit of a close one there, the orange chant. That one nearly caught me off guard. But with that being said, we'll be back for round number 4 here in just a few moments. Alright, and we are back for round number 4 against Bowen. I missed a letter. Interesting. Yeah, absolutely no information on this one. We are very much in the dark, which is a-okay. This hand, on the other hand, is not great. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, is there a world where I would keep this? But I don't think so. Even if we were to, with Devour, find a lab, what would the benefit be? We lab Talisman Temple into nothing? Like, yeah. I think we mulligan here. Double Temple is nice. That allows us for Thought Knot Seer, for calls this command X equals 2. A Talisman puts us to a turn 3 kicked Myco Spawn. So this seems okay. The fact that we're not seeing Jingantha tells me it's likely not Energy or Ruby Storm. So thinking that it could be Brute Scale combo, could be Belcher, could be Titan, of course. So a few different options there. That second Talisman would allow me to ramp into either Devour of Dust. Since we're not sure it's going to be a creature deck, maybe we dump the Dust and go for Talisman, because even if it's Brute Scale, it's not like we're going to be able to dust anything meaningful. Like, what other creature decks? I guess Dimir Murktide, which I haven't been seeing a lot of recently. Probably because it doesn't play well into Brute Scale. Interesting. I'll keep as well. Yeah, we'll dump the dust. I think that's right. And then we'll reveal Devourer and pass to my opponent. Let's see what they got. What are we looking for with Devourer? I think, like I said, everything from Thought-Knot Seer to Karn, Sowing Mycospawn, Kozilek's Command. This is Merfolk. This is... I am concerned. Oh boy. So... yeah, Butter, I'm concerned. Fascinating. 2, 4, 5, 6. I'm kind of wishing I kept that all as dust. Damn. We could just go for the turn 3 Devourer. Yeah, let's do that. Because we just need pressure on the board is the biggest thing right now. Tide Shaper kicked. That will be a problem. Karn, you say? Well, that makes things interesting at least. So we can play Karn next turn for what it's worth. Sevilin. Ward. So I currently have, what, 2, 4, 5, 6. I mean, next turn we're guaranteed to be able to play it, even through the dock hand. So I think it's right to play Karn here to take pressure off of us. Well, minus Karn, we could really use a dust. The One Ring might be the play. Yeah, let's go with the One Ring. Pass the turn. Well, at least mitigate 3 damage, I imagine. Opponent's thinking. They could Mutavault. Probably want to hold the dock hand. I think we're exiling the Sevilin. Master of Pearl Trident. And Island Walk. Ward 1 makes it complicated. Yep, you'll... oh, yeah. I thought it was island. It's just land in general. A bit rough. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 1 short. So I guess we'll go Temple, One Ring, Tower. And then we'll figure out what we do from there. We really need a All is Dust. Sowing Mycospawn is interesting. Temple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Yes, we can do this. So let's... oh, no, I can't. I'm dumb. I'm dumb as bricks. Shoot. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Dang it. Yeah, I'm dumb as a sack of bricks is what I am. Tuck. Is that lethal? 7. 9, 11. Yeah, they got it. Never mind. Yeah, in my mind, I was still counting Temple as 2 instead of 1. Once again, that never works for me. I've attempted to click draw cards so many times, and it never does. It's a bad matchup, but I should have been able to see, like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 more cards than I did. That was such a bad mistake on my part. Jesus. Dismember, Leveler, Might. So this is Mono-Blue Merfolk. Loss. And what was that? Game 1 on turn 4 should have cast the One Ring. Alright. Well, we make mistakes. We learn from them. We'll keep this hand, guaranteed. This is very strong. No, not you. So we go Imprint, Talisman, pass. Pass the turn. Dockhand, Tower. Thought-Knot-Seer. Harbinger or Tide Shaper? Neither one of them is great. We'll be able to play the Sowing Mycospawn next turn regardless, but only if Tide Shaper isn't a thing. We need pressure on the board. Island. I'll go to tap the lab. We'll then return Leveler to hand. Interesting. Why wouldn't they... Odd. Okay. I guess they want to flash in the Hex Catcher. I think we hold Dust in hand then. At the same time, getting rid of a land would mean pushing the Harbinger back a turn, wouldn't it? So yeah, let's do that. They could tap the lab. And if they do, then we don't imprint the Allah's Dust. Okay, imprint. And kick. We'll kick the island. And then we'll attack with the Thought Knot. This also forces them to play the Hex Catcher. Okay. Alright. To game 3. Ugh, that game 1, I'm still going to kick myself. I don't think it would have mattered, but it could have. Seeing 4 cards is a lot. So dumb of me. Like I said, the issue in my head was that I was counting the temples as soul lands. This is too slow. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll keep this. Dockhand, Tide Shaper. That's fine. You might want to hold the Eldrazi Temple and play the tower instead. Because that way we can still play the Kozilek's command next turn. Lord of Atlantis. I want to just remove that Lord. Karn. I would like a land next turn if possible. That way if they do play a Harbinger, we're not SOL. Tight Shaper on the Temple. Yep. 5. Land? No. Well, we can mitigate some damage as well as return the temple to a land. Or to what it should be. They play Consign, which is the concern here. However, let's make them use it on their turn. Let's go ahead and attempt to exile the Tide Shaper. Flare of the Nile. Dockhand and 8 damage. Down to 5. Land? Yeah, that's the game. Unfortunate. Boy. Well, it is what it is. I'll kick myself for that game 1 for the rest of the night. Like, I know what was going on in my head. I was counting for a Devour. I was like, oh, well, okay, I'll have 4. But that's for 4 for Eldrazi, not in general. And by the time I already did it, it was too late. Because we would have seen 1 additional card right off the bat. Then a draw and 2 cards, so 4. I mean, it's not outside the realm possibility that we could have seen a dust. Ugh. That's so heartbreaking. But we can't know what we can't know. It works this time, for God's sake. Alright. Yeah, we need that land that turn. That would have guaranteed us once again a 1 ring, to then draw a card, and then draw 2. I mean, we may have been able to get there. 4 into 5, play another 1 ring, draw a card. Oh, that's going to stop working now. I've drawn too many cards for Moto. Well, with that being said, it's not the end of the world, nor the end of this run. We're still in a good position, all things considered. So I'll be back for round number 5 here in just a few short moments. Alright, and we are back on the play for round number 5 against Lucas, G1, GG's. Looks like they've been on both Basking Brute Scale recently as well as Boros Energy, so let's keep an eye on that. I guess actually we'll find out in a second. Because if they reveal Jingantha, then it's pretty obvious. If they don't, then it's likely Brute Scale. Given that it's giving them the opportunity to do something, it's likely Energy. Realistically speaking, I think I just need to win this round, and even if I lost next, I think I'd still be in top 8. This hand is good. Gets Energy turn 1. Even if we play Karn on 3, it's still very strong. Alright, Chalice on 1, pass the turn. Opponent currently processing the fact that I played Chalice on 1-on-1. Plays Parlor tapped. And Keeps it on the top. Temple, we'll play Temple and pass. Pass. Next turn play Karn, grab one ring most likely. There's a Johnny. Here comes Karn. Minus Karn. Grab the one ring. Pass the turn. Karn will die. Yep. Opponent's thinking. No plays. That's kind of insane. Could be an exercise in hand. I'll have to think about that. Let's play the power plant. Play the one ring. I'm gonna wait until their upkeep to activate the one ring. Okay. Elegant Parlor trigger. I mean, I imagine they want to exercise this chalice first before the one ring regardless. Amped Raptor, activate the one ring, pass the turn, Talisman. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be one short. Amped Raptor, finds Ocelot Pride. Crack-haired Mesa, Final Plains. There's the exercise, okay. And it's sorcery speed, so could have been worse. Tower, though, that makes things exciting. That's 9. Well, let's go ahead and play Talisman. Let's go ahead and go... What is this? I guess we have to go full 8. And we'll get rid of a Parlor. And we'll return Ulamog to hand on end step. If they attack with a cat, do we block? Probably, right? Mitigate 2 damage. Though I guess then we would end up taking, I guess only 2. But it means that they can't get underneath our exile. So I think it's still worth it. Yeah, we'll block the cat if they attack with it. So blockers. I take 2 damage regardless. But a Johnny 1000% gets exiled. Yep. Maybe we'll take 3 if they have another creature. 2. Yep. So pretty much same difference, but now we can guarantee to exile Johnny. One ring? It's a one ring. Activate the one ring. End step. Return Ulamog to hand. let's go ahead and play Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. We'll get rid of a Johnny and the One Ring. We're short on X equals 2 for Chalice, so we'll pass. If they have Exercise, that'd be a bit upsetting. Otherwise, this looks like a pretty good way to end it. Mesa Crack. Elegant Parlor. To Surveil, maybe? Though that might not be the best idea, as that, I mean, we're guaranteed to attack with Ulamog. Just a Plains, okay. 4 cards in hand. 2 Exercise. Nope, Jangantha to hand, that's fine. Orm's Chant. Kicked. That'd probably be the best case scenario here. Because then I wouldn't be able to attack. Well, let's go ahead and X equals 2. And then attack with Ulamog. Because then they'll be at 21. They'll draw a card down to 20. And then when we attack, then they draw and die. They have no way of getting rid of Ulamog now. They have no exile effects. So that should be the game. Alright, game 2. Let's take a look at their most recent list. Looks like the Stony Silence plan, as well as a Blood Moon in the side, so we'll have to be on the lookout for Blood Moon at least. But I'm not too worried about Blood Moon, to be honest. And so we'll cut the Thought Knots. On the draw for game number 2. This hand is not good. Like, a 7-drop could have changed things here, but... yeah, if there was a Devour here, Devour placing any one of these cards except for Lab would have been a good keep. Mulligan. We'll keep this, though. So we want... Temple. Hi. MTGO, you wanna cooperate maybe? Maybe drop a One Ring? No. I think Swain Mega Spawn is the right move here. Done. Pass. No turn 1 play. Jesus Christ, the 3rd One Ring. That's all 3 of my One Rings, by the way. Now I just need some lands. So that, like, if I were to be able to draw 2 lands back to back, that'd be huge. Bombardment. Okay, I imagine that's in a Johnny in hand then. Okay, really use some lands. Alright, yeah, let's get rid of that Ajani you have in hand, friend. Yep, there's Ajani to call a pariah. Don't want that flipping. Imagine me seeing exercise here on the Thought Knot. Yeah. Bit unfortunate, but not the end of the world. They didn't draw into a different land. Well, let's get them to use that exercise. And this will also allow me to play Chalice if I want. Yep. So 2 unknowns. Red Mesa Crack. Amped Raptor. Guide of Souls. Well, let's go for another One Ring. You know that they also have a One Ring. Pass the turn. Pass. I want to kind of get to this all is dust. Here's their One Ring. 2 unknowns. 3 unknowns. Pass the turn. No sense attacking. We definitely want to put this All's Dust into hand soon. Power Plant. Sowing Mycospawn. Makes things interesting. 1, 2, 3. So we can do Sowing Mycospawn. Yeah, so let's do this. If I do 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. So let's cast. Butter, what are you doing down there? MTGO is having a moment. I think we might have this. 2, 3, 4. Let's grab mine. 2, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Play the One Ring. So we have All Is Dust Prime for next turn. Pass the turn. I'll draw 2. I'd like to find a Karn soon. I guess they could Static Prison my ring, but that would be fine. Nope, Onslaught Pride. Okay. I'm going to go down to 18 and currently go down to 15 if we do All Is Dust. Screaming Nemesis is fine. So they've overcommitted to board, which is what we want. So So that's going to be 6 damage coming our way. Let's play this. Return all as dust to hand. Cast all as dust. MTGO's having a moment. I'll leave them with 2 cards in hand, though they will have 1 ring to refill. This will at least get Bombardment off a board. Okay, so they're going to ping Screaming Nemesis so that way I can't gain life, which is fine. I don't really make a habit of doing so. So now we'll just have all of it at me. Yep. I'll probably hold off on activating the 1 ring here. Down to 12, a theoretical 11. Let's play Chalice of the Void, X equals 1. And then go to combat. Hit you for 3 down to 19. $18. Theoretical 16. Theoretical 13. And I would like to find a good way of getting rid of that 1 ring. Screaming Nemesis. Bit of a problem. Would have taken 3 regardless, I suppose. So down to 9. Theoretical 8. Second main phase. 1 ring. Yep. Yep. I'm gonna hold off on the 1 ring activation. Eight, 6, Kind of want to draw into a tower if possible, though. Well, there's Karn and an Ulamog. Power plant. So 6, 10. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'd be 1 off of Ulamog. We could exile the Screaming Nemesis, create Eldrazi Spawn, play Karn, get a 1 ring, play the 1 ring, insulate ourselves, which I think is the right move here. So we'll go X equals 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Done. Let's go ahead and play Karn. Minus Karn. Yes. Grab the 1 ring. You know what I'll do before I do that, though? Let's go ahead and play the Talisman, and then play the 1 ring. Alright. and I'll pass the turn. Yeah, the addition of Screaming Nemesis is interesting in this deck. I do like it. Three. I guess a Blood Moon? I guess it could be another Screaming Nemesis. Or bringing Jingantha to hand. Flage is also an option. I think we have Kozilek's Command, so that will be a pretty easy thing to deal with. Yep. Interesting that they didn't choose to escape it the same turn. I guess they were just trying to activate the One Ring. Blood Moon. Bombardment. Annoying, but not the end of the world. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The only thing is they would then be able to play a Flage. We could just wait a turn. Otherwise, we can Chalice of the Void X equals 3. So no more Flage. You know, there's no way they wouldn't draw into a white source, right? Well, actually, I'm curious. I'm going to take a look at their deck list. How many planes are they? Only 3. Oh, that's really funny. So, this shouldn't make sense, but it does. Ulamog. Target both planes. Attack of Sowing Microspawn. Down to 12, Lethal's on board, and Flage can no longer escape. Amped Raptor. Finds an Orange Chant. Amped Raptor. Finds an Ajani. That was probably the best case scenario there. Because I think they win now. Damn. Because 7. Flip. No. They'll be really close. Right? 7. Flip Ajani. Then 3 down to 4 will be out 1. So they need 1 more. But if they do that, they lose. I can't activate the One Ring anymore. They're at 22 cards. Do they have it? Flage? No Jingantha to hand. Okay. But I need you to knock it off for a moment here, bud. I need a talisman. Okay. So, what I need exactly is a Talisman of Resilience. Because that will win me the game, right? They'll draw down to 21. No, it won't. I'll be off. Dang. Yeah, the Blood Moon kind of screwed me over more than I wanted it to. Though the Amped Raptor is kind of sealed up. There's no sense in not activating the One Ring, right? So yeah. I was hoping that Talisman would get me there, but it won't. Actually, it still could. The One Ring. What does the One Ring get me? World Breaker. What's got more interesting? I'm really needing you not to do what you're doing. We can't activate Talisman. Oh boy. 6, 5. Nope. I'm thinking that MTGO is having a moment. World Breaker. Exile. Blood Moon. I feel like I just did. Okay. Not sure if it's my computer or if it's MTGO. It looks like it's MTGO. I just need to deal them enough damage. World Breaker resolves. We can Kozilek's command X equals 7, and All's Dust would get us there. We've already seen one All's Dust, and we have 2 in deck. Ugh, MTGO is struggling right now. What is going on? I don't want to click anything. Can I attempt to cast? No, it wouldn't let me even if I wanted to. Okay. That's so annoying. Okay, Kozilek's command. Target me, target me. X equals 7. Done. We need an Allah's Dust. There's the Allah's Dust. Allah's Dust. I'll go down to 1. And that's lethal. Even if they were to send everything at Sowing Mycospawn, it wouldn't matter because the One Ring will kill them. And there's no instant speed burn that will get through Chalice. So that should be GG's. Good stuff. Off by 1. Wicked close. Yep. So that is fine. Ulamog will attack, push you down to 2, and the One Ring will finish you off. Good games. Alright. Well, with that being said, we'll be back for round number 6 here in just a few short moments. Alright, and we are back and on the play for round number 6 against GRXXS. So Grass, Gross, who traditionally has been on Mardu Energy, it would seem. Guess we will be able to confirm that in just 1 second. Looks to be the case. Especially as, since they have an ability to respond, it suggests that they have a companion available. So likely is going to be Jingantha. Or should be Lutri. Throw me for a freaking loop. Opponent may have stepped away for a moment. Of course, beyond a playing game 1, a turn 1 Chalice on 1 would be ideal. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, I think we keep this. Alright. And let's go Urza's Mine. Pass the turn. We'll Chalice on 1 on 2. But otherwise, we have a very, very good hand. I will say my win rate against Mardu Energy is a bit worse in comparison to standard Boros. Sacred Foundry untapped. Guidasouls? Guidasouls. Ooh, another chalice. We could start to lock them out. Chalice on 1. Yeah, because if we do that, that leaves us with 3. We could then Kozilek's Command, get rid of the guide. Amped Raptor. Finds the One Ring, which they can't play. Yep, yeah, so I think this is exactly what we do. Or we could just All's Dust. I think we'll All's Dust next turn. I think locking them out takes priority here. See if they go to combat. I'm tempted to just take the 5. But I think I will Kozilek's Command X equals 1. Yep. Let's go ahead and scry one, draw a card. And go to game 2. Alright. Well, I actually didn't see anything that would suggest Mardu Energy specifically. As far as their sideboard is concerned, it looks like it might have White Orchid Phantom. So we'll cut the Swain Mycospawn for the Dismember and keep the Thought-Knot Seers in. on the draw for game number 2. This hand is not keepable. A 7-drop and I might consider it, but no such luck. We'll keep this one. And I mean, we definitely keeping turn 3 Tron. The only issue becomes if they have a white Orchid Phantom, especially as they did not reveal Jingantha. So I think we drop the Chalice. Reveal Devourer. Pass the turn and play a Talisman on 2. That way we can ramp into the One Ring regardless. There's a Blood Crypt. Thoughtseize. Here goes the One Ring. Not the end of the world, though a tad annoying. Let's grab Karn. And pass. Well, we know for a fact they can't turn 2 into a white Orchid Phantom. I guess they could have the Amped Raptor spin into it. Done themselves a lot of damage, though. Johnny, Nicole Pariah. It is a good card. 2 Karns, you say. Well, guaranteed a Karn next turn. Question is, do we play Karn next turn? I mean, we'll have 8. Yeah, probably. A Karn into a One Ring, I think, sounds good. And if they white Orchid Phantom... Yep, so they'll see Karn. Yep, 1 Karn down. There's a Marsh Flats. Guide of Souls. We'll take 3. And a 17. Yeah, so... Karn into One Ring. Next turn, after they've overcommitted, we'll end up All Is Dusting. That's 8. So we can Soin Mycospawn, because 8 minus 1 is still 7. So we can Soin Mycospawn as well. Orchid Phantom. Annoying, but not the end of the world. Yes. And we'll grab that. Meaning that we'll Soin Mycospawn again. Or we'll Soin Mycospawn regardless. Karn down. Down to 16. Draw 2. Well, you know, sometimes it be like that. So we have what, 8, 9? 9 minus 3 is 6, so I'd be short 1. So let's see, 9, 8, 8 minus 1, so yes, let's Talisman. Let's Sowing Mycospawn. For Tower. All Is Dust. Pass the turn. And that should be the game. We have a Devour of Destiny in our pocket. The Flage could help bring them back a bit, but wouldn't be great. And we got there. All right. Well, that should get us to top 8, as we were in the top 6 when this round started. So that being said, I'll see you guys shortly for the quarterfinals of the top 8. All right. We are on the draw for the first match of the top 8 against Rooney 56. Looks like they are mainly on a mono green Basking Brood Scale combo. This hand is not gonna do it. This matchup really is reliant on Karn, which this hand looks rather good for. Okay, so this is Karn. I think we just drop a Talisman then. Keep the Myco spawn. I'm going to reveal Devourer. We will reveal Devourer. And let's see what they X out to confirm their deck. Yeah, the biggest thing we need is Karn here. Sideboard wise, I'm going to imagine they have the Thief of Existence. Yeah, a couple of them. Ooh, finding nothing they want. So, wait 1 second. Ulamog the Defiler. Methinks this is not Basking Brood Scale combo, friends. Methinks that this is, in fact, a Through the Breach. Gruul Through the Breach. Okay. In that case, oh boy, how do you want to do this? Let's go Sowing Myco spawn. Lab. Devourer. Talisman. Pass. Okay, so we might want to go Myco spawn into Myco spawn so we can reduce number of lands available. Or they might have just took a really risky hand. Let's go Myco spawn. Let's go Temple. Let's pass the turn. And yeah, we pretty much are just going to kick them while they're down and remove any lands they have. Karn will follow up after Worldbreaker, and that should be the game. Let's see if they have a Talisman. Because if so... 2, 4, 6... Talking the Allah's Dust. I want to get rid of Labyrinth, definitely. There's the Talisman. Play Mine for turn. Myco spawn kicked. Sowing Myco spawn. Let's exile that Ugin's Labyrinth. At this point, let's grab a power plant and pass. We'll attack in for 3. At most, they have 4 mana. I guess they could have 5 if they have a Kozilek's command. I swear, if I get blown out here by Kozilek's command into Lab, I'll be fuming. That would be their main out. I guess I should have thought about that and played Karn. Grabbed a liquid metal coating. Yeah. Yeah, if they win off of that, that's going to be so upsetting. One on top. I swear. If I see a lab into Through the Breach. Should have pieced that together as a potential problem. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Alright. That's 4. Well, I think what we do then is actually play Karn here, grab liquid metal coating, because that turns off the talisman. We can on upkeep turn off the grove, and then I think we're good. Opponent's thinking here. One ring, that's fine. They'll get even more of a reason for us to play Karn. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, because we need 6. So 4, 7. Let's go ahead and play Talisman. Let's go ahead and play Karn. You'll activate the One Ring. We'll minus Karn. We will grab a liquid metal coating. Play liquid metal coating. And on upkeep, target Grove of the Burn Willows. And then pass the turn. This should guarantee us the win. We'll be able to exile 2 cards, or rather destroy 2 lands. At most they have a Thought-Knot Seer here. Let's go ahead and liquid metal coating Grove. Activate Karn, targeting Grove. Play World Breaker. Exile Eldrazi Temple. And go to game 2. Alright. That almost was bad, but we got there. And let's go with this. One away from top 4. Yeah, Soin Myco spawns are just fantastic in this matchup. Just focusing on land destruction and limiting their options is what we really need to do. Stonebrain's nice, but if we're able to just kick Myco spawns, then we might as well kick Myco spawns. Excuse me. Still dealing with some lingering side effects or symptoms of my cold. Hard to believe, like, it really came down with it Sunday night. But we're on the play, or rather on the draw for game 2. Imagine if we're on the play, that'd be so good. This hand's interesting. Okay, well. I don't love it because we have no follow-up. But it is really good. Turn 1, Talisman. Turn 2, Stonebrain named Through the Breach. Though depending on where they are mana-wise, we could name Sowing Mycospawn, Through the Breach. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's not my favorite hand in the world, but it's not bad. I think I would be happy to see a Mycospawn off the top. That would be ideal. We will keep this, and we'll pass the turn. Lab. An early lab is a bit scary, especially lab with a talisman, because if they have... What? That's fishy. No imprint. Huh. Okay. Pass. Lab. No imprint again. Talisman. Ancient Stirrings. So they could... I mean, they could have a third lab and then imprint, I suppose. There's an Eldrazi Temple, though. 3... Well, let's play our Eldrazi Temple. Stonebrain. 2, 3. They can't have 6, so I think we go ahead and name Through the Breach. No Through the Breach, but they do have a Sowing Mycospawn and a Thought-Knot Seer, which they'll likely play. So that's a little bit upsetting. Through the Breach is out. Alright. Like, there was a world where they could have, like, somehow played into, whatchamacallit? But imagine that they play a Thought-Knot here. Once again, I'm surprised. I don't usually think Thought-Knot comes in on this matchup, but maybe I'm wrong. So they likely take the One Ring, and in that case... I don't know if we actually take the Sowing Mycospawn or not. We might want to take the Kozilek's Command. Stonebrain or the One Ring? Which one are you worried about more? I think I might still take the Mycospawn. Yeah, that's what I figured. All this dust isn't doing much, but it does help me out a bit. The Stonebrain. Stonebrain, target you. I think Sowing Mycospawn is right here. Those two, the two Kozilek's commands scare me so much. We'll be able to... Yeah, I think we still do, because 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll get a blocker on board. So yeah, let's name Sowing Mycospawn. No World Breakers. So it really comes down to those Titans now. We'll pass. And we'll go to Upkeep. Two unknowns. To damage. We'll take 4 down to 16. I mean, I imagine they Kozilek's command and then they Kozilek's command. Yeah. Kozilek's command X equals 3. Even after getting rid of the temple, they'll have, what is that, 6 mana? So they'll be one short of exiling our World Breaker. Yep. So one's probably a land, so they can exile Breaker. At least that would be my thought. Okay, 1 top, 2 bottom, move to end step, return World Breaker to hand. One, 2, 5, 6, 7. World Breaker, target Eldrazi Temple, and pass the turn. Let's see if they did put a land in hand. Again, they only have 6 mana. Well, I guess they would have needed X equals 9. Yeah, so they would need a lot more. I can do math sometimes. I was thinking just 7 mana, they need 9 mana to exile World Breaker. So they have X equals 5. So they have blockers for days. Could be a 1 ring though. Need to draw into some action. Thought Not Seer hit the talisman, that's inconsequential. Ooh, I do like this though. X equals 5. The question is, do we exile a Thought Knot? I think we don't. I think we simply... Well... I wonder... 3, 6, 7. At most they'll have 9, right? 3, 4, 7, 9, yes. I will pass to them, and I'm going to exile the Thought Knot as well as scry 5, draw a card. Kind of want to dig deep. 1, 2, 3. For 1 ring. Yep, there's the 1 ring. That's fine. We ideally want to find a Karn. Draw a card. Do they find a land? They do find a land. Go to end step. Let's scry exile. Scry exile. X equals 5. They have protections, so Stonebrain and Thought Knot don't actually feel all too good, to be honest. I think we bottom everything and draw 2. Ugh. Jesus, okay. Well, you know what, I'll take it. I think with the 1 ring on the field, we actually want to dig deep here. Let's try and find a Karn. And I think we hold up a green source. 5, so we'll have 6 mana left over. Myco spawn for days. Well, Devour definitely bottom. The thing is, we play one and the rest go away, so moot point there. Well, yeah, we'll top one Myco spawn. We'll go ahead and kick. Let's get rid of the forest. At this point, let's grab a power plant. Okay. Pass to them. I mean, we haven't seen Karn, we haven't seen a lot, so we're bound to hit something eventually. Well, I guess, though, we did shuffle everything up, so everything we put to the bottom we could now see. Major downside of Myco spawn in that regard. Draw 2, 4, 7 still. Biggest thing is I want to just keep him off those Titans if possible. 8. They can't ramp as quickly as they probably would like, but that Kozilek's command in hand is still a bit concerning. My cats are trying to break down the door currently. Not sure if you can hear. Another talisman. And I do think we will play a Haywire Mite. And let's go ahead. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, that could be an Ulamog the Defiler. But I don't think it matters because of Kozilek's command. So let's just reduce the chances of that happening. I think we have to pass as is. Hold up blockers. So 3, 6. Kozilek's command, x equals 6. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So that means they now have 6, 10, 11 mana. So enough for Ulamog the Defiler. Oh, my word, cat. Can I help you? Hi. Dinner out. Okay, butter. Let's see. Top 3, bottom 3. Okay. Well, that's 13. So this feels like an Ulamog the Defiler. Yep. Alright. How many Karns did we lose? Looks like 2. 2 Karns. And 10. Ugh. That is a mild problem now, isn't it? So Annihilator 10, eh? What can I do about this? I'll need a blocker. 3, 4... Like, I need 7 mana. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's not happening. We're very much dead, unfortunately. Even with even if 4 mana for a 1 ring, it doesn't matter. Ugh. Yeah, this was the worst case scenario. We just weren't able to find anything off those Kozilek's commands. Like, yes, we found those Stone Brain, but we couldn't do anything with it that turn. Because of the 1 ring. Annihilator 10. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's a clean board now, ain't it? Well, that is that, unfortunately. Loss. And we'll keep as is. Two Kozilek's commands deep and just not seeing anything real of value. Alright, we are on the play for game number 3. Hand's a bit slower than I'd like. Like, yeah, it's a turn 3 Thought Knot, a turn 4 the 1 ring. I don't like how slow this is. This is much better. We keep this. So, Devour, Mycospawn. We dump the mine then. I'd love to see another Mycospawn, I think. Because we would be able to turn 2 Mycospawn, grab Temple, then following turn kick Mycospawn. Alternatively, I guess Karn wouldn't be bad. Once reveal. Looks like they have some pregame actions as well. And a Gemstone Caverns to boot. Well, that's frightening. Alright, reveal both Devours. Well, the Stone Brain is a good option here. And I think we stick with it. Especially with that Gemstone Cavern. Because it is possible for them to, turn 2 through the breach? Let's see what they got. What did they exile, by the way? Okay, the Devour, actually. That's no longer in hand. Let's see what else the exile might give us some good info. Interesting. Okay. Here's Grove. Talisman. Yep. Stirrings. So they would exactly need... Lab a 7-drop. Well, they can't actually have it all, can they? But they can draw into it. Yeah, they need a lab, 7-drop, breach, and then another Titan. Sowing Mycospawn. They currently are on 3. So they can't kick just yet. The Stone Brain. Through the breach. Okay, so it looks like they'll play the One Ring next turn. Looks like they didn't really change much. Pass the turn. I would love to see either a Temple or a Labyrinth off the top. Here's the Forest. I imagine they play the One Ring. I guess I'd also take another Stone Brain off the top. Because that would allow me to get rid of those Mycospawns. Karn would be fine as well. So I have a lot of good cards we can draw into. Opponent's thinking hard here. I mean, I think the right choice is either the Mycospawn or the One Ring. I'm wondering if they really want to go for the kick. I guess the question is, what's making this choice difficult? It must be the third card in hand. I know they don't play World Breaker. That was the best thing we probably could have drawn. Oh, what the hell? I must have not clicked for green. So we're going to get rid of Grove. Because this states instead add 1 mana of any color. So they should be short on colorless sources for a Kozilek's command. This is 6. Power plant would get me 7. We can play Devourer next turn. Okay, they now have 2 color sources again. Plays the Myco spawn. I could really use a Karn here, or a World Breaker. Either one to get rid of that 1 ring would be ideal. Imagine he grabbed Temple. Yep. So now they have enough for a kicked Myco spawn. Alright, well that is Karn. That leaves them with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minus Karn. Yes. Liquid metal coating would stop them from casting Sowing Myco spawn kicked. But if they have a Kozilek's command, 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, we're still in the clear. So local metal coating. Pass the turn. No attacks. On upkeep, target Eldrazi Temple. They're now under 2 colorless sources, so no more Kozilek's command. We'll start stripping their lands next turn. Attacking Karn, will block. Talisman, which is under Karn. Power Plant. Coating, target Eldrazi Temple. Karn, tick up, targeting Eldrazi Temple. Let's see. 2, 5, so we still will need to 4, 7. We have a threat on board, we pass the turn. I think this is game over now. I don't think there's a clean way out of this. Alright, well, that is a win in game 3, and we are moving on to the semifinal round. I'll be back in just a few short moments. Alright, we are back for the semifinal round against Raiden. And we are on the play. Looks like they are on Boros Energy. At least most likely, as you saw last time. That might not be the case. We'll have to wait and find out. Alright. Meaning that turn 1 Chalice is looking good, friends. Alright. Turn 1 Chalice, and then we can follow up with a Kozilek's command on their turn 2. Not to mention Devour, finding us additional card. Yeah, we're in a very good spot. Alright, to reveal Devour. And they are definitely not on Boros. I wonder if they are instead on Through the Breach. I guess we'll find out relatively quickly. Or at least if they aren't Through the Breach, this does stop Ancient Stirrings. People throw me for a loop today. Let's see what the exile tell us. Some information. Is it Eldrazi Tron? Is it Through the Breach? Don't think Brute Skill combo runs Devourer. Looks like Through the Breach to me. Alright. Oi, my cat's deciding to fight. A Thought-Knot Seer will definitely help us out here. Yeah, okay, so that is Through the Breach. That is a guaranteed Through the Breach. Excuse me. I think I will Kozilek's Command X equals 1 here. I want to dig a bit. Get some options available to us. X equals 1. World Breaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're short 1. Put to the bottom? Yeah. A second Thought-Knot's good. And so in Mycospawn is even better. So what we'll do here is Thought-Knot Seer. And 2 Through the Breaches. Jesus. Oh, okay. Well, let's get rid of 1 Through the Breach. Thankfully they can't play it next turn. If they play Grove, we can exile it, keeping them off of Through the Breach. Cavernous Souls, Eldrazi. Sowing Mycospawn kicked. Kick the Grove. They can X equals 2. Oh, interesting. They did not. Power plant. No, they might just be responding to this. Yep, so Kozilek's Command. They would need to find on top both a red source and a Titan. You know they have a forest. Okay, so they didn't find exactly what they needed. Alright, let's go to combat. Attacking with Thought-Knot. Pass the turn. Here's the forest, that's fine. Kicked Mycospawn? Either that or Kozilek's Command X equals 4. I guess they could instead just go a non-kicked Mycospawn. Or a 1-ring. Okay, non-kicked Mycospawn. Here's the Grove, so there's their red source. Excuse me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, we will go ahead and kick Mycospawn again. Get rid of the Grove. We'll grab another tower. And then let's go with Thought-Knot Seer. Let's grab the Through the Breach. Attack in with both. No block, that's fine. One ring. Play Devourer. Pass. And I guess we can, on end step, return Devourer. In response to Through the Breach, we will actually retrieve Devourer. Because that would mean... Oh no, it'd still be 7 with the World Breaker. Unfortunate. Oh, Jesus. If they found Through the Breach, that would be enough. One green. If they try and play the Ancient Stirrings, no. Talisman. Okay. The One Ring. Yes. Okay. Let's return Devour to hand. Go to our turn. Well, let's go ahead and play Devourer. Pass the turn. I mean, it'd be Ulamog X equals 7. I think we'll be fine if that's the case. You have enough pressure on board and enough lands to sacrifice. So I think we're okay short of a... I mean, even a Aeon's Torn would be fine, wouldn't it? Especially with One Ring on 2. Meaning that actually Aeon's Torn would... No, I wouldn't kill them. Because they wouldn't get their extra turn. So the only saving grace here I think is the One Ring. I'd give them an extra turn, but I think it would just not really get there. I guess they could generate 3 blockers. That wouldn't be enough to block all 5. Yeah, I think regardless of anything they do, I think we have the win here. It'd be interesting to see. There's the One Ring. Oh boy. Down to 1. Let's see what we drawn to. Kozilek's Command. Well, let's go ahead and dig deep. Going, was this 10 deep? Yep, 10 deep. We'll hold up the green source. There's Karn. But I guess all I really need to do is grab Walking Ballista with Karn. Yep, that should be fine. We'll have 6 mana after. So, Karn the Great Creator. Resolve Karn. Minus Karn. And we'll go to game 2. Excuse me. Alright, let's go Stonebrain Might Leveler. Cut Chalice Dust. And send it. On the draw for game 2. I mean, this is Tron. It's a turn 3 Thought Knot. Let's keep it. I'll reveal our Devour as well. Let's see what they exile. Opponent's thinking hard on this one. Excuse me. I mean, turn 3 Thought Knot might be fine as long as they aren't able to rush out a Through the Breach. It's not the greatest hand. I'll be the first to admit this. Interesting, so they drop a Through the Breach. They might already have one. Emrakul. Okay. Well, no Talisman, so they're not as hasted out. Let's grab Karn. Because if we do make it to 3, we could grab Bridge, and Bridge would be very good here. They don't exactly have much in the way of cards that deal with Bridge other than Boseiju. Okay. Ooh, Kozilek's Command X equals 1. Meaning that they'd be a land away from Through the Breach. They might have it. They might just have the turn 3 Breach. Ugh, rough. Let's see it. No shot, they don't. Ancient Stirrings. Or a Soin Mycospawn. I guess it also could be a One Ring. Ancient Stirring. So they might have the Breach, but not the Titan. There's a temple. I guess they could have also been short the land. Well, let us go Karn the Great Creator. We can do a couple things here, right? We can go for an Ensnaring Bridge. Right now they have access to 2, 3, 4, 5. We also could go with a whatchamacallit. Could go for a Disruptor Flute. Because they have 5. At most they can have 7. Breach would be 8. The thing with Breach being instant speed means that we cannot go liquid metal coating no matter what. Bridge is more of a sustainable thing. They would just need a Seiju. I mean, both are good options. But which one's better? Let's go... I mean, they really can't deal with it if they don't have Seiju. Let's go Ensnaring Bridge. Play Ensnaring Bridge. Next turn, if they don't have Seiju, we can just grab... No, we don't have a Stone Brain yet, do we? No. But we can instead grab Disruptor Flute and name Seiju. And that would then lock us in. We would then just end up going with Walking Ballista. Oh, that's 7. Do they have a World Breaker? They might. Sowing Mycospawn is fine. Actually, it's not great, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but not the end of the world. We still have the brakes on them. I was glad this didn't come down a turn sooner. Ancient Stirrings. Another Sowing Mycospawn. Well, that will... I mean, those are threats on board. Devour Destiny is not what we want. No good way to dump our hand either. No good way to stop the Mycospawn. The best thing we can do is theoretically just stall out. But that second Mycospawn is going to make that difficult. 2, 4, 8, 9. So they could even get through a Disruptor Flute. We could always tick up Karn, but to what? To no avail. We could always tick down and grab a Talisman. Maybe 1 land off. From Thought-Knot Seer, Sowing Mycospawn, etc. But they're going to kick another Mycospawn at us. Rough. What's minus Karn? Let's grab the Talisman of Resilience. And pass the turn. Here comes another Myco spawn. Alright, apologies about those sounds in the background. My cat decided it was a fantastic time to throw up. That being said, I'll be back in just one moment as my opponent kills Karn. Alright, and I'm back after that ordeal. Where the fresh hell am I? Right, we are supposedly playing a game. They got rid of our Myco spawn. They don't want us to ramp. Reasonable. We are in still a bit of trouble. We really need... I'd say the ideal draw here would be a lab. Everything was going so well. So my Myco spawn just kicked us back into the next century. Looks like Ulamog the Defiler. Might not be able to attack, but sure will exile half our deck. Oh, looks like Kozilek's Command. That's okay too. Imagine looking for a Boseiju. We weren't able to follow through just yet, but I imagine... I mean, we will next turn. Stonebrain, name Boseiju. Because once we are able to dump our hand, we're pretty much golden. Okay, opponents casting something. If it's another Myco spawn, that would be rough. 5, 6. Okay, not a Myco spawn. Maybe another Kozilek's Command. Looking for Boseiju. Yeah, it's looking that way. X equals 6. Digging deeper. Okay, 1 top, 5 bottom. Do they find the Boseiju? Still no. Might be instead of One Ring. No One Ring. Could be another Myco spawn. Yeah, that's a thing that you got. Okay. So that's going to be 10 damage. I think that is the game. Because I don't think I have a way around this. I mean, I've done this to people too, just back-to-back Myco spawns, so I can't really complain. But man, it's rough. Yeah, you got it. You got it, friend. Alright, game number 3. On the play for game number 3. Hand's interesting. If we draw into 1 land over 2 turns, this is ideal. It's a bit risky, but I'll take it. There's the Devour. Almost messed that up. So at least we'll slow them down if they're on a talisman. But ideally what we do here is if we draw into 1 more land, then we're golden. Eldrazi Temple. Leveler. Not a land, unfortunately. Come on, I just need 1 land here. And I think the game is ours. Talisman. Stirrings. Well, no reason for us not to... Definitely going to exile that next turn. Land. Dang it. Karn's good, but not what I want right now. Alright, well, let's go ahead and exile you. Desperately need a land. Good news is that takes him off of red. So even with the Ugin's Labyrinth, we're fine. Thought Not Seer, though. Yep. And there are a lot of cards you don't want to see. But come on, I just need a land. This was a risky hand, I know. But it was so good if we drew into a land and we're too deep and seeing nothing. There's Karn. Land. Thank the Lord. Cast it. And then we're grabbing a power plant. Okay, if we can survive this turn, we're in the clear. Because we'll be able to exile 2 of their lands. If they had a talisman, they would have played it last turn, I imagine. 1 ring? That's fine. That is A-okay with me, friend. I think we have the game now. Because we'll go 6. I think we'll be 1 short for what we want. Maybe not. So... Sowing Mycospawn, kick, exile the lab. grab ourselves a Cavern of Souls. Name Eldrazi. Let's go ahead. If they were to Sowing Mycospawn, what would happen next turn? They exile the mine, leaving us with 2, 4, 5, 6. We wouldn't be able to play the Leveler, but we'd still have an advantage. Even if they play a Lab next turn, they can't play the Through the Breach. So I think we do get rid of the One Ring. At the same time, even if they have One Ring, yeah, I think we need to get rid of One Ring. Okay. They have protection, so we pass the turn. Next up, we have a Seascape Leveler. So if they don't have a way to exile or destroy one of our lands, Leveler should come in, clear the way for us to attack for 11. Pushing down to 6 with lethal on board. If they do, then we still have advantage. Took a risky hand, but it sure is paying off. I will note that we do die to an Aeon's Torn. That is something that I'm a little bit worried about. A hasty Aeon... Actually, no, we don't. Ooh, okay, but Seiju... So we could still see that kicked Mycospawn after all, but doesn't look like that's happening. Alright, let's get rid of that Thought-Knot Seer. Draw a card. Kozilek's Command. I have a feeling that they also have a Kozilek's Command. I will attack with both Sowing Mycospawns, but not my World Breaker. Like I said, I'm worried about a hasted Aeon's Torn. We have lethal on board still. Let's dig deep. I think this is x equals 6. Okay, so you can't do everything. So what we'll do is, I guess, just grab Stonebrain, name Through the Breach. 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that's right. So we go Karn, the One Ring, the Stonebrain, and I think this should wrap it up. Through the Breach. Okay, they have the One Ring. That is fine. They do have that Kozilek's command. Thankfully, even though they'll insulate themselves with One Ring, we will do so as well next turn. So there's the Kozilek's command, x equals 4. Excuse me. How much mana do I have? So 4, 8, 6, 8, 9, 12. No, not enough to kill. Here comes the One Ring, as expected. Activate the One Ring down to a 10. What are they casting here? A Talisman. That's fine. There's Boseiju. Okay, so let's go ahead and cast our One Ring. That will insulate me for the turn. Activate the One Ring. I will then cast Karn the Great Creator. I'll minus Karn the Great Creator. Can't really do anything targeting them. How much mana do you have? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is Ulamog the Defiler mana. I could reduce that by 2 with coding. I could also Disruptor Flute increase it by 3. Let's go coding. Play coding. Go to combat with Leveler, and we'll reduce it by 3 by getting rid of an Eldrazi spawn. Go there to upkeep. Target Eldrazi Temple with Liquid Metal Coating. Pass the turn. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 mana total. I guess they could Kozilek's command. Even if they do, unless they find a One Ring, we'll just clear through the spawns with an EE. Yep, there's Kozilek's command, x equals 6. They'll need a One Ring to survive the turn. Thought not seer. That is patently not enough, friend. Alright, and we got there. Let's move on to the finals of today's Magic the Gathering Challenge. I'll be back with you guys in just a few short moments. Alright, we are back and on the play for the final round. Oh boy. Let's see. Yes, we are on the play. Based on what I could tell, they're either on Brood Skill combo or Belcher. I think I want to say last time I played against them, they were on Belcher. This hand is not keepable. This hand is interesting. I don't think it's keepable either, which is frustrating. Especially if this is Belcher. Even Chalice on 0, though good, is not good enough. Really need something to disrupt their game plan. Actually, both decks, kind of. This is much better, much more palatable. So, let's do this. We drop the lab. The question is, do we drop the forest? Or do we drop a Tron land? I think we drop the Tron land. Reveal the Devourer. Trigger on the stack. Of course we see that. We'll go Kozilek's Command. Imprint Devourer and pass the turn. Alright, let's see what they're playing. It is Belcher. I would like to play Kozilek's Command this turn then. Try and dig for better answers. Actually, in response to the ETB is what I'll do here. That way I can get rid of their ability to... Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, I should have just done it in response. Alright, well, it's fine. Let's see if they play the one card. They do not. Here's a tower, bottom. Karn, okay. Flare of Denial is what I was worried about. Well, I think we play the Thought Knot to try and clear the way for Karn. Oh, hold on. They took Disruption. We now have 2 Karns. Well, this is fascinating. Let's go ahead and play Karn. They'll need a Flare. There's Flare, number 1. They have a Jawari Disruption in hand. We have to play card number 2. There's Seagate Restoration. Card number 2. Flare. Maybe we should have played Thought Knot there. The fact of the matter is, if they have the Belcher, they win. It's meshy. So now if they have the Belcher, they win. Bit unfortunate. He just had too many counter spells. So that's 7. That's exactly enough. There's Belcher, yep. And let's see your deck. See if there's anything that I need to watch out for. Nope, looks pretty normal. Yep. Everything that I would expect, like normal. Okay. To game 2. So this was Azorius Belcher. And Stonebrain in, Leveler in, Dismember in. Cut a Thought Knot. Opponent's thinking, I mean, they don't have much to think about. It's what, 4 Consign to Memory, maybe some number of Commandeer. I'm trying to think what else they usually bring in. I've seen Tezzeret come in from the sideboard a couple times, which is interesting. Not sure it's right, but it is interesting. I do wonder about maybe cutting one Dismember for the Thought Knot. Thought Knot's Disruption is... it just is really good. I think we do want that way. They sometimes bring in Harbinger. I didn't see any main. You might see him in game 2, though. That's my only concern is Harbinger. Makes it such a difficult choice. We'll see. Thinking about the Harbinger made me do a double take. Second guess myself. Yeah. Thought Knot's great. Put that in hand if Harbinger's on field and I don't have a Talisman. Long day of Magic. Alright, we're on the play for game number 2. That sure is a hand. The only way we'd be able to do anything with it, though, is if we land another lab. I don't think that's worth it. I guess the only other exception would be land Kozilek's command, but I just don't think it's worth it. This hand is much better. We'll keep... we need the Ulamog. I think we keep the Temple. Drop the Tower. Pass. Turn 3 does feel a little bit slow, though, for Karn. Ugh. Alright, second lab. Not really what we wanted to see. Would have loved a Thought Knot. If they leave 2 untapped, we have to fear Dry Disruption and shift to a 1-ring. I also need to be mindful of Commandeer. And they leave 2 up, so we have to 1-ring here. Oh, well, you know what? I'm dumb. I should have played the lab. Yeah. Yeah. That's on me. I should have played the lab because we drew into Devour. It's one of those things that I'm trying to work out of, is not taking a 30-second glance at what I draw. Because I already have the turn played out in my head. This might cost me now because they're going to hold 3. No, they're going to play Tameshi. Play the Mine. Play Karn. They'll need a... was it Whir? No. A Force Negation. Okay, wouldn't have mattered. Karn was not resolving. Oh, he may have been able to get that Force out earlier. Ugh. Whir for 0? Yeah. Yeah. Not playing Lab to play around the Dry Disruption may have cost me. Because if they had the Force, they may have played it to counter the 1-ring, allowing us to play Karn. There's a lot of ifs there, of course, so we can't say for certain, but if they have the Belcher, they have the Belcher here. I have a feeling they do. But that's what I get for making mistakes. Impossible to say now. But that's why we make mistakes. We learn from them. Unfortunate. But either ways, a lot of good matches. I'm happy with the results. Definitely could have played a little bit better. Making 2, I'd say, potentially game and in turn match losing mistakes. But make mistakes so you don't make them next time. With that being said, though, thank you all for joining me today. As always, if you did enjoy the video, please do hit that like button, comment down below, and hit that subscriber button, as I believe only 10% of you are subscribed. We are on track to hit our 3,000 hours of watch time over 365 days. The only thing that we'll be missing at that point is 500 subscribers. So if you aren't already, it would mean a lot if you do hit that subscribe button. That being said, folks, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye!